Hello and welcome to Demeist's Professional Streams done professionally. I'm Demeist, and this is the professional stream. Don't pay attention to the fact that you can see my pillow in the corner. Also, don't pay attention to the fact that the lights aren't set behind me. That's because I still haven't downloaded the app to control the Bluetooth lights on my current phone, and instead have to go down, plug in my old phone and charge it explicitly for controlling the lights. Also, as a part of the professionalism package that we offer here at the No Demise program, remember that thing I said last week where I was going to go back through all of the recommendations people had given me, and I was going to play all of the recommendations on stream on Tuesday? Well, don't worry about that. That was a lie, because next up should be Shining Force, but instead we're playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, and that's just a part of the professionalism package you can expect here at the Professional Streamer Demise program, so... hey everybody. It's good to see you all. Oh no, it's going to die! No, okay, hold on, listen. It's my old phone. Oh, please, just let me turn on the lights. That's all I have you for anymore these days. That and all of the horrific smut on there. Okay, hold on. No, that's still just Christmas theming. 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Perfect. Okay, this phone can die now. I have no need of it anymore. Hello! Oh, it just fell off the table again. Anyways, hold on, give me a second. I don't actually want it to die. I might need to change colors again at some point in time. Hey everybody, if I just keep saying the word professional, maybe I can convince everyone that it is a professional stream, huh? Okay. Already cracking, gonna be a fun night. How dare you? Hey everybody. For those of you who don't know, we did a great job on the Jingle Jam charity stream, which we do actually still have our campaign live. So if there is anybody who is still interested in getting the Jingle Jam collection, you can still type !donate or scroll down to the bottom of the Twitch page, and you'll still have the little panel there that you can donate on. Also, I'm still simulcasting on YouTube. It looks like my laptop that I'm using to do that is dying, and I don't mean that in like the fun computer kind of way. I do mean it looks like it's having a hard time breathing, and it sounds like it's having a hard time breathing too. So if it sounds like I've got someone tied up underneath my desk and like they're wheezing, that's definitely not because it is that, and it's just my laptop. So it's good to see you, everybody. Specifically, just in no particular order. Hey, Ender friend, Pizza. Pizza and I would have definitely not had some sort of lunch date that I would then slept through. Haha, hee. I'm a normal functioning adult. We are going to be playing a little bit of Warhammer 40k. And I do specifically, I had the sensitive content warning up because I wanted to talk about that a little bit. Because Warhammer 40k has a little bit more of a tumultuous relationship with reality than some other settings in games, so you know. Good to see you, Mesphia. Good to see you, Battle Benoit, Clary, Presna, Nyx, Harley, Kai Ariana, hey. And I think I've got everyone. 2 more days of Jingle Jam is all I meant. Yeah. No worries, Enderfriend. Yeah. This is normal and good, actually. Yeah, basically. That's basically my motto about all things that I do at all times, so don't even sweat it. Okay. Some other bits and pieces. Charity stream went phenomenally. Thank you guys all so much. I really appreciate it. And it was to a great cause that I appreciate and think is great. Advent calendar. I'm opening it with you guys today, chat. So let's see what is on day 12 of the Dungeons & Dragons Advent Calendar. It has been a bit of a mixed bag, I'll be honest. If you're not in the Discord, Pixie has been posting their math rock updates in there And I gotta be real with you, I'm a little thinking that Pixie's got the better advent calendar, but yeah. Okay, day 12 is... Oh, is it a bookmark? The math rocks are very pretty. Wait, what are these? Are these... They're not coffee stirrers, right? Why is my brain bad? You want the mystery advent calendar? Ooh. Okay. So they just have dice on the front. And then they just have Dungeons and Dragons on the back. And they could be bookmarks, but they also could be for like a little puppet show. Hold on. They simply cannot be coffee stirrers. Unless, are there supposed to be reusable coffee stirrers? Is that a thing? Anyways. Okay. So, hey everybody. That is all of the little update things. No stream tomorrow, as is going to be the usual going forward for a little bit, just because we are trying to work on different social medias, and believe it or not, I promise there's going to be, at some point in time, some sort of edited video content on the YouTube channel. So yeah, you can use them to randomize the rolls by a pick a stick thing. Oh, wait! Hold on. God, that would be so smart if that was true. No, Harley, I thought they were all going to be 4 different lengths. So it was like, who drew the short end? And then I was going to lose my mind because that would be incredible. So, oh, you stick them in cupcakes? Could be cupcakes, yeah, for sure. Only reusable coffee stir is an actual spoon, yeah. You can make one shorter, of course. True, we could make it shorter on our own. Very much an option on the table. Okay, before we get into the world of Warhammer 40k, because y'all know that I like being upfront and explicit about all of the content that we go into, and we're gonna talk about miniature wargaming's tumultuous history in the modern era. Super fast. Warhammer 40k, in my opinion, and Warhammer Fantasy, and Warhammer Age of Sigmar, and Games Workshop properties in general, are basically the same as any other game/toy making company's thing in the world, which is to say, there was one purpose in mind, and that one purpose in mind was to sell toys. This is not to be demeaning to people who play miniature war games. I have a bunch of A Song of Ice and Fire miniature war minifigs. I'm just saying, when the world of Warhammer was conceived, in much the same way as the world of Magic the Gathering, or the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, or any other world that it was made to perpetuate the production and purchase of some sort of accoutrement, they did not stop to ask themselves if they should, right? And that, I think, is probably a symptom of late-stage capitalism in the modern era. But right, like when the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime came out and they were all like, haha, in this world, we're just going to loosely take inspiration from the Egyptians, and did they just Google things off of Wikipedia and be like, yes, this seems like this is accurate to the Egyptian experience, and slap it in their anime? I'm not gonna anything about that. But my point here is Warhammer 40k is very much set in a universe that is a science fiction existence. And a part of that science fiction, so the toys do predate the media, Lemmy. But it's one of those things where the media that comes afterwards, in a way, helps perpetuate the sale of it, right? Warhammer 40k is, and Warhammer in general, but is one of those unique ones in that there is an entire literary world behind it as well. Like, if you wanted to buy, God, what are they called? The Blackstone Archives? the Vaults of Terra. I cannot remember. But basically, there is some odd 10 billion books associated with the Warhammer 40k universe that if you wanted to like get elbow deep into it, you could, right? Like I'm not talking about your like Halo book series, right? Where like Halo released 5 or 6 books set in the Halo universe, and really what they were is they were like window dressing to be like, oh, gamers, you can read books too. I mean like the Warhammer 40k universe, and it's the same thing with Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like the Dungeonlance setting, the Spelljammer setting. It's the same thing with Magic the Gathering, the entire series about the Weatherlight, right? These things exist in a world that you have to buy in onto a couple of central conceits. Okay, so here are the like sort of main ones that we're just really gonna zero in on the central conceits for Warhammer for this evening. Conceit number 1. Hyperviolence is super cool. If you are here because you're like, I like Demeist's vibes and I like it when he does silly puzzle games and like reads books a lot instead of playing the main game, that's still probably going to happen, but you need to understand that Warhammer 40k is a world in which they asked, what would be better than a sword? And then they said, putting a chainsaw on the sword. Do they call them chainswords? Do they take that seriously? So, Warhammer 40k believes that violence is in and of itself a goal. The more violent a thing is, the more horrifying it is, the better it is. Number 2. Number 2. Warhammer 40k imagines a world in which the concept of morality is agnostic. And I don't mean that in the religious sense. Sorry, I've been using the term agnostic a lot in ways that people have been disagreeing with me with, and I still would uphold my usage of the word, but we're gonna sort of do an addendum here. There is a god emperor of mankind in the universe of Warhammer 40k. So if you're deeply religious, or you adhere to a strict moral framework and you are not willing to compromise on that, even in the world of make-believe, this is not the stream for you, okay? No offense, go live your best life, come back when I do something that somehow doesn't offend you, although I do think that's fairly difficult because I talk about Ishgard all the time, and I do have my false idol Halone before any other god, but you get it. Not really Halone for me, but that's another conversation for another time. So themes of religion and religious apocrypha are going to be all over the place. None of those things are meant to be sort of taken seriously. It is a very massive caricature of sort of the indulgences of the Catholic Church and things like that. Like, none of those things are meant to be taken well. Also, Warhammer 40k, as a part of the whole god emperor thing, right? We have the religious influences from the god. We have to talk about, very quickly, the emperor aspect, because unfortunately, humanity in the world of Warhammer 40k is very fascist, right? Which, that sort of centralization of power doesn't really make sense if you take it into the concept of sci-fi in that matter. Don't worry about it. Just listen. Throw what you know about reality out the window. None of it is relevant. All of this is, you have to be like, in order for me to have a good time. Yeah, exactly. The idea of someone being a good person in Warhammer 40k writ large is laughable. Okay, so Harley is 100% right there. I do not know, going into Rogue Trader, what the experience is going to be like, if we are going to be able to play as a good guy. I'm going to try. I'm going to make an active effort, and Rogue Traders do occupy a unique position. I just want to set the ground rules about this, okay? Because when we go in, I am going to say some things, maybe offhand, maybe with zeal and enthusiasm, that do not reflect real world analogs. And again, that's because the world of Warhammer is so fundamentally set in something that is like our world, but explicitly not. It falls into the trope of, we don't have magic, we have psychers. It falls into the world of transhumanism, right? There's a lot of transhumanist themes. There are a lot of themes that I think it does well, and I think overall, I would argue that Warhammer as a setting is fine. Now, there are some people out there, in much the same way that a lot of people can claim that they uphold the banner of science or morality, there are a lot of people out there who claim to like Warhammer 40k, who I would argue are not people that I would necessarily want to share a drink with, conceptually, right? There are a lot of people who enjoy Warhammer 40k that I don't know that I would allow to be near a child if I had one. Now, all of that is to say, finally, the final caveat, I promise, we're actually going to play a game today. If these are the kinds of things that you're not into, do not sweat it. We will catch you later. Warhammer 40k is very stylized, and it takes a lot to get into. It's a little bit like Game of Thrones in that instance for me, although, you know, obviously technically Warhammer came first. It's a little bit like Dungeons and Dragons, but whereas Dungeons and Dragons has like really sort of tried to appeal to the mainstream as much as possible, and Games Workshop is trying to do the same thing with Warhammer 40k, 40k's like roots and foundation are set in a world that are not entirely comfy, let's say. So yeah. Thank you for that, Battle Benoit. Days since thought about the Roman Empire, reset to 0. All right, fellas, reset your Roman Empire clocks. Are you saying this is going to be a no friends run? I am open to the if Rogue Trader gives us the possibility of romance, we are not explicitly on the friends only run, Lemmy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know about anything about anybody, so yeah. The Imperium Man is run based on a lie. Their Bible is written by an arch heretic, and the Emperor would exile anyone who considered him a god, just for starters. Yes, 1000%. Well, I don't know about that intense, Lemmy, but we'll see. So I just needed to get those caveats out there, because you might have heard about Warhammer, right? Like, people out there are like, oh, Henry Cavill likes Warhammer, or like Markiplier talked about Warhammer, or like, right, like you might be like, oh, I know what a Warhammer is. It is some sort of like metal club that is used to bludgeon someone with, right? I need everyone to be set up for that. Now, inside of Warhammer, so inside of all of these caveats that already exist, there are these groups called Rogue Trader houses. And I believe, I'm not 100% certain, I believe Rogue Trader actually predates Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy. In fact, I don't think it was actually called Warhammer back then. I believe, and in fact, check me if I'm wrong, I believe it was just called Rogue Trader, right? And so the thing with Rogue Trader is that it was a series of like, it was early doors TTRPG in much the same way that Chainmail was for Dungeons and Dragons. And so Rogue Trader was sort of set up on the idea that you're traveling through space and you are sort of encountering all of these interesting people, and all of these interesting people and things that you're interacting with are, of course, the miniatures that you could buy from Games Workshop. But there were weird things in the original White Dwarf magazines, right? There were references, to example, about how the Ultramarines kept slave wives, and how all of the Ultramarines fucked. Now, here's the thing about that we know in the modern era. None of the Space Marines fuck, because they're all genetically born out of vats and they die in glorious combat. So all of your Space Marines are virgins. But the thing about old Rogue Trader is the entire idea was on this hyper fascist hellscape that was sort of the center of humanity. If you go rimward, sometimes things go a little wacky, a little wild. Things go a little rogue, right? And so there's Rogue Trader houses. The idea is that the Imperium of Man would never trade with Xeno scum. But a Rogue Trader house might. And so we're going to see a lot of those elements. We're going to see a lot of that. Rogue Trader is nowadays just sort of more of the shorthand for being able to sort of operate outside of the usual bounds, like Harley said. So yeah. Can you be a Rogue Trader? Almost certainly, Lemmy, right? And the trick about being a Rogue Trader is how long does it take you to get caught, right? So that's what we're going to be going into. I literally haven't opened up the game yet. So I'm gonna have to do some like sound notification, like sound adjusting on the side and everything. But that is your warning. If that does not sound like your jam, no sweat. Also, it is going to be third-person isometric TTRPG or CRPG in much the same way as Baldur's Gate. Owlcat Games is amazing, and I love them. It is going to be different. They do not have the sort of team size that Larian Studios has, right? So. Let me grab the game and let's rock and roll. I actually put a lot of stock into Owlcat Games. When their first Kickstarter... Oh, hold on. Oh, wow. It's really dark. When their first Kickstarter came up for Pathfinder Kingmaker, I lost my mind. I wanted to back it so hard. Sure, okay. Oh, I do want my font so big. I do want my font so big. Yeah, let me go ahead and adjust it on the OBS side. And then when we get the option in game, for sure. This is actually a really cool accessibility thing. I'm into it. I don't need anything else other than font size, though. Thank you. Photosensitivity warning. If you're photosensitive, be careful, etc., etc. One day you could do a Wrath of the Righteous playthrough, maybe when some of the other games are finished. I've heard, I think specifically from you, Ender Friend, a lot of good things about Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah. Right. Definitely something on the board. I would want to do Kingmaker, but yeah. Okay, let's get to sound, hey? As a Paladin enjoyer, I'd like it. Alright, fair enough. Feeling a little judged, but okay. I'm not actually feeling judged. Bit of a bit. Sure. Can't think of needing anything else to be adjusted right now. But alright. We'll see how it goes. So we've talked a little bit about main screens before. It's the first time in a long time that we've had another opportunity to sort of enjoy this. So for people who know Warhammer 40k, this main screen, pretty standard, right? A part of Warhammer is that they really sort of when Lemmy was, or someone was joking earlier about the Roman Empire again, right? They are not wrong, right? Like, in fact, the language in the world of the Imperium of Man is called High Gothic and Low Gothic. High Gothic spoken by the Highborns and Lords and whatever, and Low Gothic spoken by the commoners, right? There is a lot of sort of like a lot of their battleships are like called cathedrals and like nonsense, like Dauntless Light Cruiser, and it has like reliquaries and nonsense on it. And then they have like they have so much skull iconography, in the sense that skulls are cool, but you need to remember also on top of that, we have a lot of the sort of fascism character designs and stuff like that. So there are a lot of people who like the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k for, I would argue, potentially some of the wrong reasons. Now, that being said, we're going to support the Imperium of Man because, I mean, I assume so, because we are humans, so, yeah. More nonsense than reliquaries, yeah, exactly. There is a lot of stuff. It's your duty to remind me of the Roman Empire for the giggles. Well, we'll take it. So yeah, you can see a lot of that sort of, that gilding, that ostentation. You see the double-headed eagle of the Empire. It's a whole thing. The purity seal, and then yeah, sort of this immediate juxtaposition of sort of wax and candles right up next to technology, right? Some sort of screen, wires, that sort of stuff. I think this menu screen basically does everything it needs to, right? Because here's what we know. Here's what I know about the game genuinely. The Aquila. Here's genuinely what I know about this game. We are playing as a rogue trader noble house. It is a game by Owlcat Games. That's everything that I know. So, oh, there is a cooperative mode. Oh, wow. I wonder, has that always been the case? Huh. I don't think Pathfinder Kingmaker has a multiplayer mode. Yeah, it's new. I'm very curious if that was something they felt pressured by Baldur's Gate 3 or not. But yeah, okay. Co-op mode, you and me win, baby. I mean, we still have to play Monster Hunter World, so. All right. Enough dithering. Like I said, there isn't anything terribly special to note about here. There's a lot of terms that will probably come up at some point in time. The Eye of Terra, Space Marines, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'll do my best to explain it when I know what's happening when it comes up. Presumably the game will also give us mechanisms to sort of figure out what those things are as we come across them, so yeah. Divinity 2's success also influenced its inclusion. But Pathfinder Kingmaker didn't have it, right? Did Wrath of the Righteous have a multiplayer mode? Yeah, you know what? Sure. Enjoy my Unity analytics. Does it have other options besides main story? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Did Pathfinder Kingmaker came out after Divinity 2, right? Divinity 2 made you feel like an actual idiot. Imagine trying to live stream it with some of your friends, all of whom really knew the game already. Yeah. A Sister of Battle in the front. OG the group. Adeptus Sororitas, baby. Okay. Oh, other story modes are coming soon. Wow, imagine reading. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of von Valancius as it faces multiple threats from within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of this shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the von Valancius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Kronos expanse. I mean, most of those words are just words that you can figure out by context clues, bestie. Oh, for Divinity 2, Mesphia? Yeah. Like, if I feel like if I hadn't been streaming it and I had just been playing with people who knew, it would have been different. But we had the same problem when we hit up Elden Ring of, like, people understanding the mechanics, yeah. Alright. We're gonna play on normal mode. Because I'm too much of a coward to go up, but I'm too embarrassed to go down. So the default characters that they give you if you want is Hecata? Hecata von Valancius is a hell of an energy. Darius. Or Bahardor. Wow. Alright. I mean, I love all of them, but we have to make our own character, right? Because if I don't make my own character, what am I even doing? We can do a custom portrait. That, I'm sure, would never go awry. Oh, and so in the world of Warhammer 40k, this will surprise literally no one, I'm sure. My go-to boys are the Grey Knights. So I am basically going to try and get as close to a Grey Knight as possible. Man, a lot of these portraits are very good, actually. God damn, okay. I'm probably going to go with generic, let me stand as absolutely squart as possible, man. But, yeah, okay. I don't care enough to really invest time into this. I do like Phase 6 is very babyface, except for one scar over his lips. Who gave you a stapler to chew on as a baby, kiddo? How did that happen? You know what? Yeah, we're giving it to Phase 6, sure. Sure, okay. Take Grey Knights over Bretonnian Knights every day. I also play Bretonnia in Warhammer Fantasy, and it's a reason why Pixie and I bond, and you can't take that away from me. I mean, you can take that away from me, but you know I do. How dare you? I end up just going for a hairstyle that is... Like, you know I'm just going to end up making Elish again for the 15th time. Is that boring? Should we do something different? We should do something different, right? Oh, Y'all indulge me way too much. Thank you. We'll probably keep the hair out of the way because guns, but yeah. You were AFK? Don't worry about it, Pixie. I was talking about Bretonia. Thank you, guys. And then we go for pencil-thin eyebrows because you can't stop me. That's why. Do we want tattoos? I don't want... Do I have any options for no scars whatsoever? Oh, look at this fresh-faced baby. Hell yeah. I probably am not going to rock any tattoos. I'll be honest. Oh my god. And yeah, like, Warhammer very much falls into the world of, like in much the same way that people are like, yeah, I don't know, throw a cog on it. That's steampunk. That's basically the same thing with Warhammer 40k of, like, throw some cyberware on it. What does the cyberware do? I don't know. Makes toast. Fighting those lances with skinks. Very fair, Lemmy, yeah. Elish would not last a day in Warhammer 40k. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Almost certainly no augmentations. Which is not to say that we won't take augmentations in-game. We will take so many augmentations in-game. But...
For the Emperor! This could be an opportunity. Empyrean, take this sacrifice.
Applaud my brilliance.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
What sucks is I want the pious voice lines.
Look upon the Emperor's faithful and tremble.
But I want the pragmatic voice.
Is a good offense. To arms! I am but a vessel for the higher purpose. Stay faithful and you will be rewarded. Success is the only outcome I accept. Deliver their demise. Heresy grows from idleness. The Emperor gave me a vision.
Oh man, this is tough. That's going to be the oath-breaking part later. How dare you? I don't know if we had an eye color. Did we? Oh, well. That just reset everything. I don't think we had an eye color. Oh! No, yeah, we had an eyebrows color. A shame. Well, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. My sweet boy, my sweet, soft, unembellished boy, would not last in Warhammer 40k. Yeah.
And tremble.
Also, there's no way that we're getting. There's no way that we'd be a filthy Cadian. They lost. The guard lost Cadia. And that's an in-joke only for the Warhammer 40k nerds out there. I mean, it's either going to be an Imperial or Fortress world, right? An Imperial world is one of the millions of planets united by the belief of the immortal God Emperor, hailing from hyper-technological societies. We do have Hive World. Interesting. Hailing from hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity, and the imperial creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are, nevertheless, part of the Imperium. Any characteristic and add +10. I'm doing my part. Oh, God. What about Fortress World? Oh, okay. Well, presumably we're going to be some flavor of face, right? The Midas to Fellowship is very good. Interesting. We're definitely not choosing Voidborn. I'm gonna choose Imperial World. It's the most boring vanilla one. It feels like choosing human among humans, but you get it. Forge World wouldn't be bad. Yeah, my biggest problem is, I gotta be real with you, I don't, like, you know, controversial take for somebody who likes Warhammer 40k. I'm not a big fan of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Like, whenever an Adeptus Mechanicus shows up and is like, the flesh is weak, I'm like, okay, bud, like, you do you. Like, I don't know. I did, like, I kind of hate them. Oh wait, no, I didn't want Forge World. Hold on. They got small robots. Like, the Adeptus Mechanicus singular thing is because they got lucky and they got in early on the, like, we're from Mars and we're the only ones allowed to do technology. Like, that's the only reason why they're still around. Otherwise, they're just gene stealer cults. Subtract the coolness of the gene stealer cults. Like, I just don't like the Adeptus Mechanicus. They do nothing for me. Probably Fellowship, right? That sounds like the charisma stat. Alright then, Bozo, try and get your guns and tanks to work without them. I mean, that's the problem, right? Is like, the Adeptus Mechanicus are literally the air conditioning racket, right? So if you live in the US, and you have a house, which is almost none of us in here, I presume, you will know that if you try and work on your air conditioning unit yourself, right, and you find out what parts you need and you want to go out and buy it, you can't do that without a license. And so you have to basically either become a licensed AC technician, or you have to go to a licensed AC technician to do it for you. That's kind of what the Adeptus Mechanicus do, except they've also turned working on machines into a religion. So the Adeptus Mechanicus do not worship the God Emperor of mankind. They worship the Great Machine Spirit, who they argue is a form, like a manifestation of the God Emperor of mankind, which is how they don't get all bombed out of existence for heresy, and also because we need them. And so there's something so funny about it too, because like in this world where they're like, we absolutely will destroy the heretic, and then like the guy working on their tank is literally a heretic, so it's fine. Want a tip about the system, by the way? Nothing specific, just which it is. Yeah, absolutely. Hit me with it, Enderfriend. I presume Fellowship is charisma, willpower, and perception, wisdom, right? Intelligence, agility, dexterity, toughness, constitution, and strength, but yeah. Oh, Dark Heresy. Okay. Yeah. I played Dark Heresy a long time ago now, I want to say. But yeah. And then also, back when we were making characters for that, right? TV licenses. I don't know what that is, yeah. Astra Militarum. Oh. I hate the outfit. But Okay, okay, sorry. We'll go through the options. Astrum Militarum Commander, primarily known as the Imperial Guard, primary fighting force. These are the plebs who are fighting and dying on the front line. So we get a couple of bonuses. Sure. Yeah, apparently we can start as a commissar. Commissars of the Officio Prefectus are ruthless officers. I do like commissars. They're bad, and you shouldn't like them. But, you know, Yarick has ruined it for all of us. Crime Lord? Absolutely not. No way on the Crime Lord. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh no! Ecclesiarchy, Adeptus Ministorum. No, we can't. We can't. Oh no! Oh no! Navy officer, you pilot a boat, you get it. You're boatman. Noble, probably the most generic, probably the one that I would use. Oh man, this is a toughie, huh? This is a real toughie, huh? And then the thing is that the Psyker is the one that I would play if I was trying to be a Grey Knight, right? God. These are all so good. Pull it? Okay. Sure. I don't... Here, we can absolutely pull it. And also, you know, we're just naming them Elish again at this point, right? What origin? Ministorum Priest. Noble. Sanctioned Psyker. We'll do 3 minutes, and what we can do is we can actually run a break during this time. 5 minutes, and then we'll do a real quick break. You had to restart your laptop? No worries, Clare. So, we get to choose our origin, which is kind of like the class of our character. So the options that I am willing to put up for debate for the class that we're gonna have to play through is Ministorum Priest, who very much so is sort of obviously designed to be the faith, the priest, the paladin character. Noble, which is a little bit more sort of generally inclined with you know, sort of Elish's origins. And then Sanctioned Psyker, which is a little bit more inclined with like Grey Knights and doing like basically the magic of this setting. So priest, noble, or Psyker. And if you don't see the poll, go ahead and refresh your page and you can go ahead and do it through there. But otherwise, we're going to go on a very quick break. You know the drill. It's going to be anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. And when we return, we'll have that class picked out and we'll get into the ding-dang game, hey? See you soon. Okay, and we're back. So it looks like, unless there's a bunch of surprise votes at the end here, we're going to be going with Noble. Which, yeah, we'll see if there's any ways that we can tech into Faith and any ways we can tech into Sanctioned Psyker. Which, if my memory of the Warhammer Dark Heresy rulebook exists, we can sort of scooch into them. But yeah, all right, friends. Like so many of my Dungeons and Dragons characters, we are playing a human noble, so it'll be good. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of influence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience. They could have put obeisance there. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruit of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. Yeah, you guys missed the three-way tie. So our feature from this origin is You Serve Me. We basically select one of our allies who becomes our servant. They gain a bunch of buffs because of that. And there's some synergies if they attack the same guy that I'm attacking. We're smarter, we're more charismatic, we're better at intimidating people and persuading people. We get more fellowship, we get more persuasion, and we have abilities that makes the person that we sort of designate as better to be even better than better. So yeah. I'm not hurt. I'm not unhappy with it at all. Apex of brilliance, your strong presence and persuasiveness stopped a feudal war between neighboring systems. You were named planetary governor and survived, having made useful connections on both sides of the law. Feat of greatness, you had a rival noble house's reputation destroyed and its members exiled from the sector. Commerce is the only one that we don't currently have sort of any bonuses to. And so my question is, do we want to try and become like the best persuadey boy ever? We've already got plus 15. And I know there's an upwards cap on our bonuses. So probably illustrious glory, right? Let's be somewhat good at another skill that might be useful. Our darkest hour, of course. Warhammer Elish is the drama. What can I say? Grim Portents, the mysterious tome that was discovered in your family library, exacted a terrible toll on your mind. Lore of the Warp. We're gonna want to fight demons at some point. Brand of Shame, you are a bastard, an illegitimate member of a family that immediately turned its back on you. Probably not that one. Ooh. Shadow of Torment. You were kidnapped for ransom, and your captors mistreated you up until the moment you were released. Carouse. This represents the ability to resist negative effects applied by some poisons, stimulators, or alcohol. So our options are, do we know what demons are? Are we an illegitimate bastard and therefore lacking knowledge of sort of the correct way of doing things? Or did we get kidnapped and so therefore we are a fragile little baby boy? Shadow of Torment feels like the one I'm gonna choose, right? That's correct, Battle Benoit. That is the correct way to take something like that when it comes to noble politics, right? Okay. Archetypes. You can only choose one first-tier archetype at this moment. Develop paths that your character follows. Each archetype encapsulates a unique set of skills. Frontline warrior, indispensable leader, preferring to command from the rear. We are so soft right now, right? Like, we are the softest boy who ever lived. And so we are going to need to pick something less soft, presumably. I think officer, but yeah. Soft boy Elish, we're so soft. Warrior are combatants boasting exceptional melee prowess, capable of dealing high damage in close quarter combat and withstanding heavy amounts of damage. Sword and board. They also excel at drawing enemies' attention from less defended allies. Core focus, melee, movement, dodge, armor, parry, taunt, soaking damage. Obviously not warrior. Officers use their willpower and fellowship, so that's what we're going to do. To improve the combat capabilities of their allies, turning them into even greater threats on the battlefield. Core focus, extra turns, single target buffs, rescuing allies' momentum. Almost certainly we're going to go with officer into one of these other ones, right? Operatives use intelligence and perception, no. To find and exploit weaknesses in the enemy's defenses, none can withstand an attack from an operative. So kind of like the rogue type, right? Soldier, master of all ranged combat, sort of the ranger, right? Officer it is. Thank you. Okay. Oh boy. The parts of these games that stress me out the most. Weapon skill is melee weapons. Ballistic skill is gun, surprising no one. Strength is so if weapon skill is like how good you are at dueling, strength is literally right your strength behind your blows. Toughness is constitution, agility is dexterity for Dungeons and Dragons, int is int. Perception is perception and willpower are sort of wisdom split up. We are going to want a lot of willpower. That's a pretty high priority for us. And also, Warhammer Dark Heresy uses the D100 or the percentile system. So basically, if we were actually playing this at a tabletop, we would be rolling 2d10, and we'd be trying to get under the score. So if I was going to pass a raw fellowship system, I would roll 2d10. I would be aiming for under a 45 here. What I can do, obviously, is increase whatever my raw number is by 10. So, you know, I now have a better than 50-50 shot at passing it. Man, we're really specking into being a little guy, right? You're not wrong, Atlan. I guess weapon skill is what I'm thinking. Or do we just give up on the idea of Elish fighting even a single man in this instance and just being, because here's the thing with perception, right? Is perception tells us when someone is lying to us. Like if we do this, we are like really full sending ourselves as the social boy, right? Be a commanding officer. Ah! Oh boy. Well, we are not long for this world, I can tell you that right now. Oh boy. Well, I don't know how much winking or wonking we'll be doing, but we can see, Presna. We are definitely not going for a Grey Knight build. And so we do actually have another option for our ship, because I got given this as a birthday gift. So we have the option for the Firestorm class frigate. I don't know if it's better. I'm gonna presume it's better, but yeah. So the default option that people get is the Sword class frigate. Classic combat ship design, thousands of battles. If you ever play Battlefleet Gothic, there are a lot of these boys. And then yeah. The Von Valentius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valentius dynasty. Our mightiest ship is a frigate? We are a bunch of shitty pushovers. Sorry, our strongest ship is a ship of the line? Oh, we are going to get steamrolled so fast! Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and sorry, okay, so in the concept of in the concept of the miniature war game, if you were playing Battlefleet Gothic, frigates are one of the ships that you're going to feel the most of. You put your frigates in front of your cruisers and your other ships to tank hits for you because frigates are kind of garbage. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested. In innumerable engagements, its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. Like, if you asked me what was going to be sort of your super ship or whatever for your adventuring party, I would not say any lower than a cruiser, or at least like for your flagship. You know what I mean? Because this implies what does this imply that all of their other ships in their dynasty are? It implies corvettes, kind of, although corvette class is basically frigate class. It implies like fighters and bombers. Like the flagship size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Kronos expanse. Numerous Von Valentius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to serve faithfully the Von Valentius dynasty. Oh, and we get to name our ship. All right, chat. Does anybody have any fun ship names that they want to do? I hate that so much. You can't do this to me. If I'm not doing the Big D, I'm definitely not doing Bon Voyage. And if I would consider Bon Voyage, I'm definitely not giving it to them. I'm giving it to Big D, right? What is the name of the ship in Ishgard? Cruise Chaser. Not Bun Bun Bunny. Oh my god. Is it called the Protector? Because that's a very boring name. Back in Far Verona, I named our ship the HCS Justice is Inevitable and We Are Its Deliverance, which, you know, is absolutely nothing, but yeah. Oh, is it called? No, the North Star is the ship. Yeah. All right. Could call it the Ever Given. Is that what is that a reference to? Oh, the Agrius is also very flavorful. We'll call it the Big D because I hate you guys and you've done this to me. But we're gonna call it the Big D because I took the opportunity of naming the character away from you guys, and I do feel a little bad about it. Oh, Ever Given is a reference to the Suez Canal. Oop. And also, because in this world of wait, is he not Elish? He is Elish. Well, he's probably going to be Elish. Yeah. It just wants a first name, right? Because we are this name Von Valencius. So. But like normally I'd be like, okay guys, what do you want to name the character? And then you'd give me something like Jimothy, right? So you guys get to name the ship the Big D, and that's it. That's the only indulgence I will give you. Okay, let's rock and roll. Which key is the any key? I mean, it's not a bad looking cutscene, I suppose.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Konrad Wojtavir is going to be the man who stabs me in the back, and I am going to say, thank you, sir, while he does it. Dialogue choices, come on. Imagine not knowing how to do a dialogue choice in a CRPG. Truly an awe-inspiring sight. Frankly, such excess can be tiring at times. All this ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense. It is enough to make me think that the architects meant to compensate rather than to glorify. Have we met? Do you have a particular reason for disturbing me? I mean, presumably he's up here because he's important, right? Truly an awe-inspiring sight. It's boring, it's generic, it doesn't give him anything to wound me with.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity.
He sighs and turns to you.
Allow me to introduce myself. Konrad Wojtavir, Master of Whispers.
Oh, this motherfucker is gonna betray us.
Valencius, at your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
So, highlighted terms. If we don't know what a rogue trader is, we can mouse over it. A rogue trader is a subject of the Imperium with a unique hereditary title. A rogue trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. Duke... This is just a lie. Duke Elish Eos Veneria Deval Af Calixis. You may call me your grace. I mean, he's a master of whispers, right? The premise here being he's a spy master. Sure, my name is Elish.
My regards, Master. Or should I say, Von Valencius, scion of a blessed rogue trader house in the service of the Imperium. Perhaps this kinship came as a shock to you, Understandably so, given that all evidence of the connection was lost in the generations separating you and
Interesting.
Lord Captain Theodora. It required no small effort on the part of her ladyship's servants to discover and verify this blood tie, which has now made you one of the heirs of this dynasty.
So if we had, for example, chosen to go with some sort of high world underganger, right? That this is their contrivance to be like, you're still the heir despite the fact that you obviously grew up a wild child. That's cute. I'm into it. Lord Captain, a strange title for the Lady Theodora. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here? You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities? Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found myself. You say I am one of the rogue trader heirs, so there is another candidate. I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it. So the option 6 feels like we're going to be moving on, right? If like it feels like it would be the dumbest thing to be like, what do you do as Master of Whisperers? Are you a linguist? Do you study the etymology of words? Like, whatever, that's nothing. Tell me about the Lord Captain Theodora. Like, I don't particularly care about her. She did. You say I am one of the rogue trader's heirs, so there is another candidate. I mean, what do we know about ourselves? We exist. We're an heir for Lady Theodora. Do we have to compete?
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
Okay. So it will not push us through to the next dialogue moment, unlike Starfield, my most hated game of 2023. You know who else is dead? Horsefant, and y'all still care about him. I love Horsefant, but that's because if you listen to the Japanese version of it, Battle Benoy, Horsefant is so horny for the Warrior of Light. And it's good to see you, Yufian. I think you might like this game if you liked Owlcat's Pathfinder Kingmaker, so... this feels... I don't know why we're saying Lord Captain is a strange title for the Lady Theodora, but I'm the kind of person who likes to go through every single Final Fantasy 14, or every single dialogue choice. I don't know why I said FF14 other than Battle Benoy just put it, so... sure, fine, let's see.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the God Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Okay. Like, it's not that... Yeah, I literally could not care less. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to see if I have any artwork of Elish in, like, a sci-fi way, because you guys don't see it because of where I positioned the screen. This default middle slider man is honestly a not bad representation of Elish, but also is just staring at me, and I do hate his portrait a lot. Oh god.
Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
Oh, bud, I love politics. Especially convoluted bullshit noble politics.
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Here's a little thing for governance in some sort of feudal Machiavellian society. Kill the former Master of Whispers and instate your own. Doesn't matter if your Master of Whispers is significantly more incompetent. I would rather have an incompetent man I can trust to be a bumbling buffoon than a competent man who could hurt me. Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention.
I love this man.
Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Ethelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
And I assume I'm going to now get some tutorial about walking. By the right of blood. Rogue trader... Thank you. Rogue trader Theodora von Valencius desires to personally meet with the person recently brought aboard her flagship. A storm is brewing over the dynasty, so the Lord Captain has something important to share with her heir, if she ever gets the chance.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I have made a mistake with the voice I have chosen. Actually, I haven't. I love it. Interactable objects. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects. Others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become visible when the character is standing close enough to the interactive object. Click LMB on the icon to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over the object. If the cursor changes, the object is interactable. Also, if you've never played a video game before, this is going to be a rough ride.
We shall reclaim
thanks.
what is rightfully ours.
I presume you will have nothing to say. I hear the Seneschal gave the senior officers another public dressing down recently, but I don't know what it was for this time. But Wissarion would latch into any slip-up as an excuse to give somebody an earful. Sure, okay. Oh no. Oh, a massive conference table.
We are bound by the blood of
Okay,
martyrs.
thank you. Okay. A massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood. A resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. Oh, wow. They're just... Glory to the Omnissiah, giver of knowledge,
I
of course.
forged my destiny among the stars.
Sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Very Adeptus. Incomprehensible information is displayed on the large screen above the cogitators, because that's what they call screens. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and worlds among the numbers and logisticar symbols. Hey, Kishnok. You'd be confused by those acronyms. It's a lot of like in-universe jargon, right? You figure it out. Have you ever had someone who doesn't play video games, a game with basic controls, actually wild how unintuitive it is for them? I've never considered it before, but that's valid, yeah. I presume these people... Yeah, sure, fine.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Hard at work, bowing his head in fear and avoiding even looking at you. If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priests for servitorization. Don't worry about it. Because you can't have AIs in this world, they chop off people's heads and use their brains as computers. Because that's the kind of world Warhammer 40k is. How long do we have to wait for an audience? How many days has it been already? Okay, are you all going to have that sort of dialogue? Stuttering words of a prayer to the God Emperor. May his will strengthen my heart. May my humble deeds be for the benefit of humanity. Yeah, sure, fine. Okay, none of you have anything interesting to say here. Fine.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Alright, I'm gonna decrease the frequency of the voice lines. Because perhaps the generic ones
By the blood of martyrs.
don't have that much of a place. So servitors, as you approach, something in the servitor's body begins to hum as if in response to your presence. After a couple of seconds, the noise subsides. This is a servitor. Oftentimes represented by servo skulls and whatnot, but yeah. No, the robots are very not hot. I would argue about a good 90% of Warhammer is not hot. Yeah. Can I not talk to you anymore, Conrad? Alright.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
Uh-oh.
Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Uh-oh. That's crazy. Who could have foreseen that something was going to be going awry in this game and wasn't just perfect normal exchange of power? Start of combat. To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies, hints, tutorials, sure. You've been ambushed, the battle begins, sure. I need a minion to designate as my peon, or this is not going to go well. Movement in combat. Turn-based, takes place on a grid. Move, attack, use abilities. Movement points. Sure, fine. I don't want to move closer. I'll be real with you. But sure. To make attacks or use abilities, action points, MP in movement points, that's not a thing in Dark Heresy. That's new to hear, right? And it's good to see you, Doombringer. We're playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Action points. Sure. I do have abilities, right? Can I make Conrad my servant? Because these two guys are not long for this world, right?
I will not be deterred.
Okay. Enjoy your stat buffs, I guess. Can you please shoot him? Or... how do I know how many action points that I have left? No. How do I know how many action points I have left? Oh, no. Okay. Oh, that costs 0 AP. Perfect. Sure, fine. This is going to take some getting used to. Sure. I don't know. Fight good. Also, Las pistols is obviously shorthand for laser. Lasers are not very good, it has to be said, in this world. Oh, alright. I guess that wasn't too bad.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
I don't know, Conrad. What happens if you're the one who is the culprit and you're already inside, isolating us, using the facade of an assassination attempt to help cut us off from outside assistance? Spread out. No one is allowed to enter the premises. Stations.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
I smell a setup. You're gonna make me your patsy. You can orient yourself. You can open the map using M to orient yourself. Can I take anything off their dead bodies? The wires in the servitor's head still seem to be smoldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction was the short-circuiting of the motive force. And then you get a bunch of Tarantula sentry gun constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct in the manufactorums of Kiava Gamma. Oh, okay, so this is actually a fun part of the world of Warhammer 40k. So basically, they don't really believe in inventing anything new. So at some point in time around the 30th millennia, right, like the God Emperor of Mankind was still out and active and functioning, and they were inventing new stuff. Basically, at some point in time, the templates that exist right now are kind of like templates for 3D prints, right? And you're not allowed to, like, take the original templates. The original templates are holy. So everyone who wants to make anything anywhere in the Empire basically has to copy the template. And the only people who are allowed the primary copies are the Adeptus Mechanicus. So sometimes, if you're like far enough out from the center of the Imperium, what you're using for the template is not the original template, right? But you're using a copy of 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 a template. And if there's anyone out there who has used a photocopier, you know it does not take that long for the copies to get real bad real fast. Crew member is hard at work, bowing his head in fear and avoiding even looking at you. Understandable. Lehman Russ battle tank, reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vortez Chthon, I guess? Sorry. The lads who came through here. Your lordship, do not worry. All threats have been eliminated. It is absolutely safe in here. Wow, that's so reassuring, guys. Thanks. I'm glad that it's absolutely safe in here, and now I feel no worries whatsoever. Violet alloy turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface. Sure. Black shard resembling obsidian. You can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. Definitely not related to the warp. Massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. Sure. Stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue, as if someone has captured a piece of the turbulent sea within the rock. What are we, going to become the Avatar at the end of this? Strange object resembles sea coral, porous surface is pitted, sign that it has been underwater. Gray-green crystal, white veins, loud hum can be heard coming from the artifact. Sure. Well, I can't loot any of these dead bodies, so let's go. Cool.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
We do love forging our destiny among the stars. The big statue. Because again, it's just a big, it's a big church thing. You get it. All of the fleets in Warhammer are called choirs.
Watches over us.
If I remember correctly. Vox, so Vox casters are anything that involves recording the voice and like communicating with other people. Vox skulls are presumably like little message things, right? Okay, not voiced, I guess. That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by synth skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. The tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation no worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Aeon 6, Edelthrad? Survey the room. I'm here to speak with the Lord Captain. Listen in silence. Obviously, the Lord Captain is talking right now, and if we're going off of the rank of order, I'm not supposed to talk to her until she talks to me, right? So let's survey the room. Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valencius's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Between the two of them, you see two more men. One of them is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth, bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Elish, approach and give me your answer. Passive skill tests. Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. So this is basically, if you're used to Dungeons and Dragons, this is when you roll the dice to see if you pass your history check, etc., etc. You get it. Consider this hypothetical situation. Aeon 6, a new world on the high seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say. But attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? We can say those spirits could well be natives' names for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Aeon 6 engages in Xeno worship. Xenos is going to be a term that's obviously that is often thrown around. It's what we use to refer to creatures of non-human origin, right? Or so any alien is Xenos. Lore warp. There are ways to confirm whether or not what is happening on Aeon 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us the answer. Why should I concern myself with making this decision? I always have servants on hand to whom I can delegate matters such as this, just as you have delegated it to me. These reports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy, however I put my interests first. No matter what means I would have to use, the riches of Aeon 6 would be mine. Aeon 6 must be purged. For the good of the Imperium, I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs and otherworldly powers that rule the native apostates. I do not know. Let's go with Lore of the Warp, right? We're constantly on the lookout for chaos. Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years, yet you speak of several. Edelthrad looks at you with the warmth of a snake. Sanctioned psykers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. That's often how people refer to the God Emperor of mankind. He was betrayed by his favorite son, who, in an act, struck him a mortal blow. The God Emperor of mankind would die, but he is actually... oh god, what is it called? He's basically this giant astral beacon in the warp that helps guide all of the ships around. So he sat upon the Golden Throne to both keep himself alive and also, serve as sort of a beacon in the warp. Or do you, Elish, suggest that we use heretics who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? Would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants. The Astronomicon, thank you, Harley. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Edelthrad. We are both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become anyone of our status to engage in petty feuds? I find your tone most disagreeable, Edelthrad. You will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences. Shut your mouth, Edelthrad, before I decide to shut it for you. We're not a big strong man, so we're not choosing option 4. The beacon of his light in the warp that all ships use to navigate safely. Thank you, Harley. Yeah, so our options would be either we can be petty and like snipe at Edelthrad. We could like sort of show a backbone and be a little bit more spiteful. But we're in a situation where we don't understand the dynamic. We don't know what Master Edelthrad's relationship is to Lady Theodora, right? So, we're both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become anyone of our status to engage in petty feuds? Number one, he's trying to invoke the God Emperor, right? To be like, what, you think you know better than the Emperor? But number two, right? Obviously, Lady Theodora is in charge here. So if I just sort of like be like, well, we've got to defer to her, right? Maybe that'll get us brownie points with her, maybe not. But either way, like, we're not like, she'll probably say something to the effect of, I wish you had shown a little bit of backbone here, but in terms of noble politics, right, unless you are the biggest person in the room, it does not become you to act like the biggest person in the room. Edelthrad looks at you with suspicion. Even among his flock, not all are of a piece, Elish. I suggest you familiar yourself with that fact before you are sorely... Edelthrad. Theodora's tone renders him silent. I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me, then, why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence with the inspection of the compartments in his purview. Right? So, actually, wild, right? So what Theodora did here is is a really good representation of neither, like Theodora is not saying like I prefer Elish in this situation, but she's also not letting Edelthrad continue to act like the biggest person in the room, right? I gave you an assignment. We get his title. He's the senior congregator, whatever that means. And it's Theodora reasserting her position as the noble in charge here. I like that. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time. Very Grima worm tongue-coated Edelthrad. I'm into it. Edelthrad bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Sure, bye, bestie. I'll see you in hell. Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves. Then she turns to you. So, Elish, why are you here? Was it not you who sent for me? There are questions that I wish to have answered. I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that. Right, we're going for the sort of deference of noble politics. I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that. Oh, I hope you will clarify that has just a note of steel in it. Ooh, we'll see. Theodora smiles wryly. Clarity, a luxury that few of us can afford. There is a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance. This, however, is one such opportunity. Here we go. My name is Theodora von Valentius Massimo Ascaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, the warrant of trade kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign and bode death and ruin to us all. Yeah, you thinking Edelthrad is the traitor? I don't know. I think Edelthrad is too boring in his representation to be the traitor. But maybe if Edelthrad turns out to be a mastermind and not a co-conspirator, I'll be very surprised. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, Elish, are one of those with the von Valentius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose. Absolutely not. That's tantamount to saying, I want you to keel over, Lady Theodora. It's all too sudden for me. I'm a meek and little meow meow. It's all too sudden for me, Ugu. One of? Does this mean there are other heirs? The best option that I get here. Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful, if not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Theodora sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Conrad Voitiger served me for many years before he made his mistake. So Conrad Voitiger is also a potential heir? Potential heir? Yeah. If you're satisfied with Ethelthrath, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me? It's a legitimate question, right? Theodora shakes her head. Impatience. I'm rather fond of impatient people. They're not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and are more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Adelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here in the Coronus Expanse. Hey, Top Hat Dictator. Your noble descent is a sign that power lives in your very flesh and blood. You would never doubt your words or actions, never show weakness, never let an involuntary gesture or a careless word betray your fears or agitation. At least, if your upbringing was as thorough as mine was in my time. Many will grovel at your feet, governors, commanders, high-born navigators, conceited lords, and you cannot allow them to sense weakness in the one who stands above them. Navigators are, normally psychers. Moreover, even changing your family name will not rid you of the fame you previously garnered. I hope it will also help you bring glory to the von Valentius dynasty, to which you now belong. Did I hear correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you. His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valentius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. I'm not stressed at all about your spy master being a prospective competition. Not stressed about that at all, especially with me choosing to have low poison resistance. That door, however, is closed to him. Voigtvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory, or it used to be, at least. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions? The vox affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. Navigator? Translation? What are these things you speak of? We know what this is. Long story short, this is an option for people who aren't familiar with the setting, right? An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Geller field. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all. Theodora laughs nonchalantly. Abelard. The gray-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff? Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Adira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folk speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Where's the ship headed? Sure. The Rykard system, the domain of rogue traitor Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Coronus expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valentius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand. Theodora grimaces. She gives you a stern look, then shrugs. For a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time. What are my current responsibilities? Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aid. Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself a worthy heir. She's dismissed me. I'm not going to speak out of turn. I've been dismissed. I have no more questions. In that case, I shall head to... Theodora's vox awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the vox cast, then nods and draws her weapon. Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at you. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated. Oh no! Who could have seen this coming? Intrigue and plot? You know what initiative is. I presume... Is it going from the top up on the left then? Okay. Sure.
One fewer target.
Oh damn, Abelard, hell yeah. Wow, okay, sure, besties.
I've suffered worse.
Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. If you've ever played an XCOM or a game of that sort of type, you get it. I guess we have full cover here, right? So... Or do we not have range for you serve me? 10 cell radius. I guess we could do it to Mort then. And then, yeah, we come back here.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
Sure. Ah, I see. These are mooks. Oh, and also I got a critical hit. Fine. I'll take being a little lucky.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Wow. I mean, we knew we were soft, but holy moly, I am incredibly soft, hey? Attack of opportunity was just demonstrated there. Fine. Temporary positive effects. What is our positive effect? Oh, kill them all, sure. Plus 50 to ballistic skill. Sure, fine.
Actions will speak No!
Can you tell that these are tutorial fights? Theodora waves her hand in a commanding gesture. Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whore's son survive. The rogue trader turns her eyes to you. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst out onto the deck, did Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. She looks at the Vox in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. Should you not be more concerned with what's going on right now? The incident with the rampaging servitors may be connected to what is transpiring now. Possibly. Quite likely. Theodora winces and flicks the switch on her Vox a few times. We will investigate at a later time. Right now we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation. What are your orders? She breaks eye contact with you. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Archmilitant requires aid. And be quick about it. Okay, sure. Find the Archmilitant, who I presume is Mort. Abelard, check the latest communications report from the upper decks. Report from the Engineers. Request for cargo transfer. There I see an alert about the loss of communication with decks 8 and 12. I trust somebody with the name Death. What could go wrong? I have a tool that will allow me to check the status of the distant compartments that are out of Vox contact, but we have to wait for Mort's results first. I presume I can't get anything in here. What were you guys doing, huh? Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Okay, no, we're under siege. Never mind. I understand what you guys were doing now. Keep up the good work, besties.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Sure. I would like to loot even one person's dead body, but fair enough. Do we not? Is this not where I was supposed to go? The officer's deck is under attack by an unknown enemy, so Archmilitant Mort is left to clear the way to the lift leading to the upper decks. The officer has not yet returned, so it is time to find out the cause of the delay. Officer's deck. He, like, went in here, right? Am I crazy?
With each step, I forge my
Because these bridges are lifted. Oh, never mind. Sure, fine. Okay, this is a cutscene, sure. Conrad Voitiger lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing you. What was his voice earlier? It was like whisper sweet, right? Thank Providence you are alive and well. Always on time, eh, Conrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it. Mort, pull yourself together. What? Did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away. Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The VoxNet is silent, the Vox Master is not responding, armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report! I have not yet received word from the Enginarium regarding any Gellerfield failures. But communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I'm receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only vox casts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. Mutiny? But who wouldn't attempt a mutiny here in the warp? A mutiny against the Emperor's anointed. Execute the traitors, every last one of them. We must provide immediate assistance to those still in the middle decks. Perhaps then we might stop this wave from spreading. If this is indeed a severe case of warp madness, then the situation is dire. We know it's not warp madness based off of what we heard, so we must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle decks. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure, and I have the means to do both things at once. Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously. Theodora looks at Voitiger. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on transitional deck 18. Blast it. Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Plas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant with me. I must go to my study, and it appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. Elish. Theodora glances at you thoughtfully. If I may, Lord Captain. Voitiger's voice is soft and cautious. Transitional Deck 18 is in the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed arch-militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psyker powers. Why did everyone just leave? Okay, sure. Then it's settled. Elish, find Edelthrad and bring him here, in whatever state you find him. This elevator, she points at the massive doors, leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both, do you understand? In whatever state, what does that mean? I hear and obey, Lord Captain. I shall do everything in my power. I cannot promise that I won't lose our dearest heir somewhere along the way. Oh, no, I hear and obey, Lord Captain. It's a high-stress situation. There's a chain of command. I will never get tempted by Chaos, Top Hat. How dare you? Theodora waves a hand impatiently. Then move out. More to come. Theodora, I realize it's a high-stress situation, but you gotta save that kind of stress relief for later, girly. Voitiger gives you a nod. Are you ready to head to 18? It's a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. I shall make do lead the way. I have a proposition. Since I am the more important person here, you can go in the front to shield me from potential threats. Hilarious. You had better not fail me. The Lord Captain made it clear that relying on you is fraught with risk. Telling Conrad that does nothing for us, right? We know better than to rely on them, generally speaking. And we don't want to make them our enemy. Again, they're the spy master. I shall make do. Lead the way. Of course you will. He rummages in his pocket for something. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. but that is no longer relevant. Is he about to shoot me? Yeah! With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. Oh, no! I promised you a special destiny, Elish. It is time to fulfill it. The handsome, charming spy master? No! Who could have seen it coming?
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Our options are, what is the meaning of this? And our second option is, Voitver, you two-faced scum, you're the one behind this mayhem. I'm outnumbered and in a severely weakened position. I'm not going to antagonize him. What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you.
This is a very nice contrivance. Conrad does not strike me as the kind of man who wouldn't have chopped off my head and just used my blood, like, willingly, right? So either he needs me to give it willingly, or this is the writers just being like, just go with it.
We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Why are you doing this? What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel? I have no intention of helping you. I will help you. I will help you as long as you spare my life. Will you let me join you? We can take the warrant from Theodora together. Sure. Why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my master sent me for. The Warrant of Trade.
This is tantamount to treason, right? What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
So Conrad has already been corrupted by the warp. Alright, I have no intention of helping you.
I am afraid that you have no choice in the matter. Try to resist, and I will demonstrate the power that the warp holds over mortals. Come to think of it, I might even take some pleasure in doing so.
I mean, to the void with you, right? Because if we do this and survive, we are as good as dead already, right? So skill tests and dialogue. One of the available options require making a skill test. Unlike with passive tests, which are made automatically, in this case you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequences of which will depend on the results of the associated test. Success or failure affects how the dialogue will develop. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation. You get it. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous. Your head is spinning. And then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voice in your head. Get out! I am not your puppet! The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step towards the gate looming in the center of the chamber. I guess I failed that particular skill check then, hey? In the gate archway, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Yeah. Again, right? Because they don't use machine intelligences, so it's a person in there. Tech use 45. Examine the device. Oh, we succeeded. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. Warhammer 40k lives in the world that a lot of sci-fi worlds live in, that the past was sort of humanity's peak, and that now we're living in sort of a post-technology society, but yeah. Oh, you're talking about the statue there. Fair enough. Enjoy dinner, President. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. Hey, what that jaw do, servitor? The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voitigar wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depth of your mind. We already examined the Sentinel, right? The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper thread and has metal hinges in places of standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Look back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Look for anything that can be used as a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition, nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight. Place our hand in the Sentinel's maw. The Sentinel's jaw clamps your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaw remains closed, and you're beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whatever it is, you can clearly hear every word. I suppose this is the onset of the warp madness they warned me about.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Oh, cute, sure.
Well, there is still another way.
I don't want to go in here, right? I don't feel like I should make sure it's safe. I feel like that is going to be getting myself into plenty of trouble. The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable. I should not be in here. Oh, is this the writ of trade? Holy moly. Let it be known that by my will and the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer, to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to triumph over nightmares, and to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns, through pain to greatness.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
The servo skull's creaking gradually turns into comprehensible words. What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
Are you... I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo skull goes silent, its relays clicking. Second after second passes, and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. Are you the Warren Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house, and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Sure, I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
In place of the mechanical screeching, the servo skull's vox projects the voice of Theodora von Valencius, distorted and ridden with static, yet still recognizable beyond a doubt. Vox Master, restore communication with the Navigator's Sanctum. I'm trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper deck at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
Lead me away from here, then.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units, calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Sure. You know how a journal works, right? No one must reach the warrant. A simple order to the Sentinel Cogitator will lock the chamber. This feels like a real... sort of... We're gonna come back later and that warrant is gonna be burned, right?
Master, whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Conrad Voitiger is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intends to take revenge on Theodora for something and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Unquestionably.
Saint's blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels.
Wow,
The reason-
crazy.
It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive. And
Rule
now
number
safe.
1 about having a panic room if
I doubt we
to
can
flee
afford to look for a
into.
compartment to
If
sit
people
out
know
this
about
disaster.
your panic room, it's not a good panic room.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
He hands you a weapon. We have a stub revolver, a sword, and an armored body glove, and a medikit. While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character suffered an injury after being attacked by Conrad. This happens, blah, 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 blah. 50% of maximum wounds within 1 round. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. Fresh injury, first 3 rounds, becomes an old injury. Fresh injury can be healed using a medikit without passing any skill tests. Old injuries, but has to pass Medicaid. Okay. Combat over, replenished automatically, injuries sustained remain. Okay, so we're gonna need a medic at some point in time. Okay. Give me pistol. Give me sword. Is it just literally a sword? Sure, fine. Give me armored body glove. Okay. Yep, weapons, cool. So Abelard. Here's the medikit. And use the medikit on me to heal
That
my
is a
old
noticeable
wound.
improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
Good to see you, ACS Mars on YouTube. Hey, hey, hey.
But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Geller field has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak.
Sure.
If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, Why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
Uh-oh, pretender to the throne. What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterial. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Abelard does not bat an eye as he lists all the horrors that you are about to face. I thought all navigators were already mutants. Is that not the case? I heard one of Theodora's Vox casts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
For the Imperium and humanity, lead the way, Seneschal.
Come.
Oh, sorry. I was just really used to being spoiled by the voice acting. A wave of static suddenly erupts from the servo skull, and you can make out Theodora's words through the noise. To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor. Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the has proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
We're vibe checking, Presna.
The Emperor is with us!
Spare none of them!
Okay. Prepare for battle. You brought the shadow. What's the shadow? Gonna bravely stand back here. Oh, nice! Congrats on finishing Shadowbringers again. Combat abilities, you get it. Abelard, be my servant, smile. Let me go ahead and give you all the buffs. Good, he deserves to get taken out. Ooh. Oh no. Oh. Okay, sure. We do need to worry about line of sight? Interesting. Okay. Sure, fine. And then we'll back up a step. Oh, will it not let me back up onto the staircase? No cowardice for me, I see. Abelard's ability. Melee combat, charge. You get it. Have you ever seen a man do a fight? This man is going to do a fight. Ooh. You love to see it, sure, fine. Oh no, all of these boys are too far away. Fine. I guess then stay here, right? Sure. Listen, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I cannot comply.
Why can't I give Abelard? Oh, Abelard still has voice of command from last time. Well, alright, you get it. Hey, hey, Sharp. Yep. What? What? How dare you? Well, none of that is how I wanted that to go. Sure, good, cool. Did I? Oh, I misunderstood how pistol burst worked. I thought it was a cone. Oh, I misunderstood how that worked. Oh, God. It's bad. Folks, it's bad. Thank God Abelard is here. Holy moly.
I will do my duty.
Listen, this is why they give you tutorial fights. So it's not anyone inside of the red area will get hit by the cone. It's that if you try and shoot them and you miss, this is the danger zone for shooting.
The Emperor commands.
Which is pretty classic. Good. Sure, loved that. Big preach on that one, Captain.
I'd rather not.
And now we can level up our lads. This will take me approximately a year, so don't worry about it. How do I level you up? If only there was something that it was just telling us. Okay, so I can choose to level up Persuasion, Commerce, Coercion, Carouse, or Lore Imperium. Interesting. These ones are giving me thumbs ups. Which I don't know why. Like, good job. You're already great at this. Keep it up. I kind of want to do carouse, right? Because we suffered a penalty to carouse earlier. I guess increasing our persuasion means that our chances of succeeding on a persuasion increase by that much, right? And that's probably a good thing to have. Like, if we fail a time in which we really need to persuade someone, that's kind of borked, right? So, sure, fine. Is that not? Per Schlaps. I should have read it. Okay. Oh, I click back on officer and then click complete. Sure, we'll take it. Warrior. And then it feels like that is the only option that we can do, right? We can't choose to level up. Daring Breach. Our only option is to choose a skill here. So Carouse, Athletics, Coercion, Demolition, Medicae. Having Abelard as our medic doesn't strike me as the worst thing that we can do, right? But having Abelard be able to resist poison also feels pretty good. So sure, fine. Okay. Bish bash bosh, we're done.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Oh, and can we now loot them? Yes, defeated enemies have no need for their belongings. Press left mouse button to inspect. Items on the right side of the trophy collection window go to your inventory. Items on the left can be packed up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can later be used to trade with various factions. So what you're saying is I should hold on to all things on my personal body all the time. This is actually a really nice feature though, hey? Oh, charming. Okay. Gotcha. That'll make inventory management a lot easier, I suppose.
The divine watches over us.
Wow! That certainly was a voice line, huh? Truly incredible. Yeah, las pistols are, generally speaking, bad. But if I dual wield pistols... We got chanters up in here? Yeah, apparently. Okay. If I dual wield pistols, do I get to shoot 2 pistols? I mean, that feels like that makes sense, right? Zone map. Here's a map of your void ship. It consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time your character will be able to access them. Left mouse button on an active part of the void ship to move there. Sure. So we're in the warrant chamber. We need to go to the navigator's sanctum. And we have the little Vox skull friend. Okay, fine.
The navigator's sanctum is directly along the passageway. I pray to the God Emperor that we are not...
Too late.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Nice to meet you.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
That is actually really cute. Holy shit. That, like, there's someone who can, like, predict useful information about the future, but, like, they're bound to say it in a really annoying, like, or, like, archaic way. That was a very charming introduction. I'm into that.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
So Idira is our psyker friend, hey?
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
So Warhammer 40k does really hit on, like, a lot of my favorite notes of space politics, right? And all of the like noise therein. I am an insane fan of the like fantasy elements that hang out with it, especially if we get talking about my man Sanguinius, which I don't know that we will necessarily get an opportunity to, but also. The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. Should I not talk about the entity in my consciousness? A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are Von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
So I've got chaos corruption in my brain right now. Why have I not told anyone? This is like hiding a zombie bite. Hey, buddy? You hear a few clicks from the relays on the servo skull, which has followed you all the way here, and Theodora's scrambled words give way to a voice vaguely familiar to you. Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Because Edelthrat is a psyker himself.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am? Feels kind of insignificant. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
Oh no.
What? You don't mean the Engine Seer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the navigator's system was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Alright, fair enough. How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
Okay. You flinch at the seer's words. No doubt she's referring to the nightmares the torturers inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily, as if steeling themselves once more for the inevitable pain. We must see if the navigator is well.
No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Okay, so navigators are mutants. I didn't misremember that. By exposure to the warp, they are mutated, and I think the third eye is literal, right? But yeah. Okay. Hurry, destroy this field. Don't keep our master waiting. Okay, so we've got the navigator behind some sort of force field, and well, can we just go past them for right now?
Glory. No suffering will make me forget his sacred words.
Yeah.
Burn the heretic, kill the mutant, purge the unclean.
Well, I guess we got to go into this, right? Like, what else is there to do?
Faithful herald of the righteous wrath.
We can just get Abelard straight into the thick of things? Sure, fine, okay. I mean, like, going hard on one flank, to me, sounds good, right? Get the party started. Hologram. You can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended action in combat before taking them. Oh, interesting. How do I use the hologram? I don't feel like that's something that I'm going to risk right now at this exact moment, to be honest. Oh, I see. It's just referring to if you click on the thing that you do, right? So this is saying that I have a 21% chance to hit. Gotcha. Well, thank you, Pixie. I can go ahead and hydrate. And my posture's okay today, I think.
And so shall it be done.
Oh, but even though I have enough action points, it won't let me fire again. Even though I have a gun in my other hand. Okay. Yikes. Psyker and Operative. Study opponents, identify their weaknesses. Psyker abilities, deal damage to them. Analyze enemies, Operative ability, expose weakness. So we saw the other boy do that as well. Turns up to 4 targets within a 3-cell radius. Oh, but that would hit Abelard in that situation over there. Ah, okay, got it. Psychic Shriek. Analyze enemy. What is exploits? Gotcha. Okay. So then analyze enemy to lightning strike them. Cute. Okay, sure. And then we can give a forewarning to Abelard because he's our front line boy, right? Okay, well, I did really think that that was going to kill you as well, I'll be honest.
I'm not interested.
Okay. Sure, bestie. Fantastic. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs, but have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark, gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, and two ordinary eyes, as well as a third one that sits on the center of its forehead. Yeah, Denisar, it's the new Owlcat game, Rogue Trader Warhammer 40k. And Mespia on the YouTube side. I believe Master Vespiatus still lives. Abelard flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and dark marks on the face of the creature. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. Give Abelard a pointed look, address Adira, what's wrong with him, approach, address the navigator. Hey, are you alive? Sure, let's address Adira. Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head, pick one. The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving a black trail. Your time is short. The voice is coming from the Vox grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what? Suddenly, the navigator's body begins thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back into the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous, screaming, mouth-like pits. Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn. It came from beyond. His body is not his. Adira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eye is turned from a trickle to a stream, mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye. Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation, leave the warp, but it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help. I want to help you, tell me how. Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on, and wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation, so run! Run! Who torments you? The Edge. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, the shell will burst, and thousands of Maws will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods. Each word rings through your head like the tolling of a bell, as if countless words have joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment, you lose your bearings. This unholy chorus must be trying to confound you with sounds not meant for this world. This is a very CRPG game. You like it? I like Owlcat games. They've always done a good job. What is that supposed to mean? A rite, a sacrifice offered, Oh, my heart tells me that Conrad was not deterred by his defeat in the Warhammer's chamber. What? Conrad betrayed Lady Theodora? But how is that? How? He was as loyal as a dog, and I didn't hear a thing, I swear. The footfalls of the bringer of twilight are veiled by the will of his masters. Tear out your eyes, she who is to become the champion's servant, for you need them no longer. I don't know why we have to address Abelard. Vespiatus just told us what we needed to do, but sure, fine. The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the master helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and to join forces with Ethelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora. She must have heard the call to arms of the servo skull relayed to us earlier. Vespiatus, good luck, and thank you. The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under their closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Well, it's been real. And it's been fun. But it hasn't been real fun. Axes. The lightning strike that, I don't know that the scrappy auto gun is better, but I'll try one. Okay. I presume the psychic staff is the same between the two of them. Yep, okay. Does an axe do anything for Abelard? Not really. There's a sweep ability. Does making them two-hand do anything? It doesn't. It just gives more options. Then yeah. Okay, and Las Pistol did not really seem to do anything for us. And we're not... Oh, interesting. The scrappy auto gun is a two-hander. Yeah, sure. Las Pistol didn't seem to do anything for us. Oh, I guess... What's his bucket? Abelard doesn't have a gun. Sure, fine. Okay.
Light of terror, guide our way.
Know your duty.
Is there anybody we didn't loot? Any cool chests full of fun gear? Any sort of good stuff in here for us and our warp-tainted friend? No? Okay, let's go. Still sealed? Still sealed.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Officer's deck. Yeah, it reminds me of the Shadowrun series that was done by, oh my gosh, I can't remember their name. Harebrained Schemes. They eventually move on to do a Mech Warrior. And then, yeah, Owlcat did Pathfinder, Way of Kings, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Personally, I feel, based off of the vibes that I'm getting from Rogue Trader, and that could simply just be a difference in setting, but I currently feel like Rogue Trader is doing a better job of giving me that noble intrigue energy than Kingmaker did, but I don't know. Also, you know, there's a little bit more sci-fi here than there, so... Sure. Is this gonna be Mort again?
I shall pity not your enemies.
Hell yeah!
Engage not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these.
I shalt betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My god, my light, my emperor.
We love the Adeptus Sororitas. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment, it seems like she's not going to stop and will continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you. Listen, Presna. It's not just me who loves the Adeptus Sororitas, alright? Don't you lol me.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Elish von Valencius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
The Seneschal is right, there is no time for talk. I am no traitor, sister, you can be sure of that. Do not even think to insinuate that I am one of the traitors. I will not let such an affront slide. Oh man, this is rough, right? Because the Adeptus Sororitas are... like, they occupy such an interesting space inside of the Imperium. The Seneschal is right. I'm absolutely not going to lean on Abelard in this situation. It is, like, Abelard obviously is an old name about the ship, right? And so, like, it has a little bit more weight and reputation. But, like, we gotta stand on our own, right? The baby bird's gotta leave the nest. Wait. Did I call the Adeptus Sororitas battle bitches? Oh, if I did, I'm sorry, Harley. No, the Adeptus Sororitas are... Oh, is this it's a meme? Okay. God, I just had a moment of panic where I was like, oh, I don't know that one, yeah. I am no traitor, sister, you can be sure of that. Do not even think to insinuate that I am one of the traitors. I will not let such an affront slide. I feel like Argenta could twist me up into a pretzel and kill me, right? But, like, that's a part of the thing, is, like, we need to, like, portray strength and conviction here. It's kind of the dick thing to say, but also, like, if I'm the one who's going to inherit... that's my thought process, at least. Let's see if a show of strength means anything in this situation.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy.
And she liked it! Warhammer 40k, everybody, where the people suck and the sucking are people.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Your order serves the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Harley, maybe you can answer this. Are the Adeptus Sororitas, I don't think they're gene modded, right? I think they're technically normal people.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you? Yeah, not gene modded. I thought so, yeah.
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
Strength and toughness 3 as the Imperial Guards are. Hell yeah.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Oh, Overseer, I'm sure glad you're here with us and not about to breathe in whatever that madness mist that you were talking about is and then turn into an enemy that we have to kill. I'm sure glad they've given you a voice actor so we can grow attached to you.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Okay, dokie. The door is closed, but the lock looks intact. It can probably be opened with the right tool. Ooh, well-maintained snub revolver. Sure, fine. Yeah. Food. Hilarious. Not useful. Yep. Equipment. Thank you. Would this better gun be better on someone else? Absolutely it would. Am I going to hoard it for myself? Yes. Oh, wait. Adira already had a last pistol, sure. Mesh chest plate. So, do they not... I thought the Sisters of Battle... I mean, obviously they're not giving her power armor to start, but I thought the Sisters of Battle had power armor. Sure, you know what? We'll do this. It doesn't really make sense, but it's just for the fun of it. They do, but it doesn't increase their strength. Gotcha. Okay. The Vox skull is just vibing out with us. Explosion blasted a hole through the door large enough for a person to get through. Long live the Lord Captain. Covering your back, your lordship. We won't let anybody else through. I don't know that you actually can stop anyone else from getting through, but, okay. A single pest will slip through, rest assured. Don't really feel that reassured, besties, I'll be honest with you. Sure.
The Divine watches over us.
Will not move an inch, it is blocked. Oh, so does somebody have whatever the specific tool is that we need to open this door? Oh, sure, fine. Okay. Well, this sure doesn't feel like we're about to get into a fight.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Oh, it's not Astartes armor. Interesting. They are the chamber militant of the Ordo Hereticus, though. Gotcha, gotcha.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Machine right set. Interesting. Okay, sure.
Let us walk
Would you look
this
at that?
path to the end.
I mean, when you said, would you look at that, are you referring to the fact that there are these boys who are obviously enemies who are not attacking us? Because that is truly wacky wild. You're not wrong. Titles, authors, lots of books. Love it.
My soul is ablaze with righteous fury.
Are you ready to die?
Are you? Sure, let's rock and roll. I'll be honest, I really thought we were going to have way better initiative. I also forgot that Adira did Chain Lightning, and so this is going to suck. But it's fine. Oh no. Sweet Abelard. Well, listen. Sometimes we gotta do what we gotta do.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Hey, Abelard, look out for lightning that's caused by the warp. Argenta's abilities, run and gun, revel in slaughter. Sure. Now, can we not attack them because we're in melee range with each other? Interesting. Okay, sure. Gotcha. I thought so. Okay.
My fate shields me.
Interesting. Reloading procs attacks of opportunity. Sure, fine.
Indeed.
That's not what I wanted to do, but fair enough. Sure. Let's make Argenta better, because Argenta is in a bad way right now, right?
Deterred.
Oh, we're so squishy, though. I don't want to get into melee combat, right? Like, that feels like a bad shout. You know what? I'll take the miss. I just don't want to, nice, Argenta. Deal with that right now, hey? Oh, interesting. So the injuries are the only consistency between fight to fight. The HP always replenishes. Oh, that makes sense.
Can I fall back now?
Interesting. Psychic Shriek does damage back to us. I did not realize it did that. Well, anyways.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yikes. Did not realize Argenta could not get up in the thick of it. Just sort of thought she'd be able to do that. No fuss, no muss.
I took care of this one.
Yeah, listen. Nice.
I'm not injured.
Not so nice. Using lightning on one of them does feel very wasteful, right? But like it does, strictly speaking, feel better than blasting our friend again. Nice. Can we please send that guy to hell already? When Psychers reach deep into the warp, there's a chance of an Empyrean bleeding into our world. Gotcha. Okay, sure, fine. Can we please get rid of this guy already? Thank you, Argenta. Nice. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We are going to send Abelard up there to try and deny that guy from being able to shoot in much the same way. Listen, we're a lover, not a fighter. You love to see it. Just gonna give the warp some time to settle down. There's only one gentleman left, really. This feels like, strictly speaking, a bad call for right now. But, you know, also. Moving a piece out of play feels pretty good. Oh. So does Argenta have an injury now?
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
No, looks like it's fine. Sure, fine. We'll take another sword.
We shall reclaim what
to
is
give
rightfully ours.
Argenta something. Take one more scrappy autogun. Almost certainly will not be used by anybody. Sure. Stuff for the ship.
The Divine watches over us.
Open a jam door. Click on the icon. The character with the highest tech use can make the skill chat. We will do that in a second. Oh, hey, Deck Enforcer. Glad you're here now. Were you planning on, you know, helping out at any point in time?
Know your duty.
Oh, they were behind us. I see. Fine. Okay. I guess we'll do hero shit and save your lives or whatever. Also, am I crazy? Did this... I grabbed a sword, right? Like, I grabbed a melee weapon. Didn't I? I guess I didn't. Oopsie poopsie.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Oakley Dokley. Who's got a high logic stat? Because it ain't gonna be me. 35, 30, 30, 30. Never mind. It's somehow Elish.
I rise above hardships.
Tech use skill. Yep, D100. Oh, wow. We got it? That's crazy. Okay. We definitely shouldn't have, but I'll take it. Meta charges, operator gloves. +3 to tech use. Sure. I guess because I'm accidentally our best tech guy. But that can't be for much longer, so... Tech use, 88, demolition. I feel like anywhere we can use melted charges, we should,
bound
right?
by the blood of martyrs.
Oh, does it auto-select? Does it auto-select whoever is the best at doing the task? That's crazy. That's such a nice quality of life thing. Shotgun. Oh, a shotgun for Abelard. It's like a flowers for Algernon situation, but you get it. Shotgun for Abelard. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. Also, do the character models give anybody else sort of a hero forge energy? Which is, like, not a bad thing, but, certainly caught me a little off guard. Exact replica of the ship. Cool. Yeah, fine. Alright, let's go. I feel like we didn't need to use the demolitions to go through here, right? Wasn't there an option to just physically pull open the door? Y'all? Oh, no, I didn't mean to come over here yet. Okay, don't know what those explosions were for, but hold on. We've got to level up. Actually, what we got to do is I'm going to go ahead and take a very quick break. You know the drill, 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. I gotta use the loo, and then I'll be right back, and we can finish off what I believe is the prologue for Rogue Trader. See you all very soon. Well, thank you for the compounded gold break wishes, DeMark. It's good to see you. And we are trying to finish out Warhammer 40k's Rogue Trader introduction, I think. We'll see how much more there is. But yeah, we're back and we're trying to remember how to level up also. An easy thing that could be easily done easily. So Easy. Okay, here we go. We're level 2, and level 2 gives us bring it down. Officer immediately grants an ally with an extra turn. Sure. Or wait, is that not what this is? Level 2. 1 rank available. Click to view archetype details. Oh, do I just get it automatically? Man, reading the tooltip there would have been super useful. Okay. Oh no. Okay, yes, it is. We just get the ability, right? There's not like a lot of choosing that needs to be done. Sure. Fantastic. Give me nothing, girl. Okay. Although, what is this thing about summary? Interesting. Huh. Okay. There's obviously mechanics that we have not really interfaced with yet. One sec. Sure, we love a multi-key. Benches, cogitator torn from its proper place, stacked into a rough semblance of a barricade.
Let us walk this path to the end.
That was the door that, or the hole that we came through. Books. Sure, we love books.
The Divine watches over us.
Hold still, block the path to the lifts, have to look for another way to Edelthrad.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Deck officer's helmet plus 5% armor. Listen, if this game doesn't give us an option to hide helmets, is it even? Hell yeah. Is it even a CRPG?
With each step,
beautiful.
I forge my destiny.
Okay, so we're gonna want to double back to get around to that side. They shoot us with something. I can't see a thing. Here's a cool guy who is on fire. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see a figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valencius. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture. Are you lost, my heir? Argenta goes as still as a statue, then slowly raises her weapon. An apparition. A sorceress apparition. Trickery of the warp. Sister, you will lower your weapon. Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He's staring at the rogue trader and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous. This is impossible. I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible, Elec, for your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell you would like me to share that knowledge with you, that power over reality. Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of these flames, Elish, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recess of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance. Do not listen to this abomination. Elish, if there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. Well, looks like we're suffering burn marks, folks. To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace. The people! Abelard looks back at the coughing and confused people around you. Elish, the survivors from the middle decks. We must help the crew, lead them out, find a way around. Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds. Frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there was a body of water between you and them. Convictions. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Oh, this is literally something I was just looking at. This can develop in 3 directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reach rank 3, Votary, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2, Adherent. Your character's allies have their own convictions as well. Then we'll miss up a chance to meet with Ed. Adira breaks off and starts coughing violently. Her knees buckle and she looks like she's about to fall. Elish, what are we waiting for? Well, I don't know if you guys know this. I like playing paladins. Time to try to walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness, but are powerless to stop you. You take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodora's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling you from behind, and the screams of the weak dying in the inescapable blaze. Yeah. Yeah! So remember that part I said earlier about how Warhammer 40k is a lot? The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing to your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body cloud your mind, before suddenly retreating as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads throughout your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see, aglow with warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Voigtavir wounded you, is gone. The fire seems to have burnt the entity away without a trace. Well, you know what? We take some, we lose some, huh?
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
Praise the Emperor. We passed through the flames. How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Grey Knight's Run doable after all? Behind Argenta, you see a deer at last double over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who were following you have withered away in the fire that continues to rage, mere 2 steps away from you. The Emperor protects Seneschal. Did you see that? The Aquila! It was glowing! We're still alive. Fancy that. It's not the third one. It's gotta be one of the top 2, right? The Emperor protects Seneschal is the cool, badass thing to say, but I'm worried that the Aquila was not there. I'm worried that that's the Chaos Warp, right? Or the Chaos Corruption.
You're delirious. Whatever it is you think you are seeing.
He seems perturbed by your words. He casts another surreptitious glance at the Aquila you just pointed at.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What, we'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord Captain standing there in the fire? Abelard, you tell her.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you.
Holiness is not
Where
real
one moment there was
in
fire,
the world of
the next
Warhammer
only
40k.
smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The God Emperor of Mankind is not a god. There was nothing holy about what we just did, right? But also...
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
But also... We play one character and one character only. Rise and stand tall. No elements hold power over the righteous. Even if you were anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong, and your limbs obey you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and your stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are at your limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith, it will not carry you much farther. Edelthrad von Valencia stares at you without trying to hide his astonishment and trepidation. Elish, do my eyes deceive me? I could swear I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake. I loathe being late for an engagement. Oh, that's what I want to say. But I hurried here to join forces with you and the others. It is time to push the heretics back. Indeed it is, Elish. Edelthrad makes the sign of the Aquila and gives you another look, this time one of concern. Your wounds. Lore Warp 50. Look closely at Edelthrad. No, we failed the test. Edelthrad looks tired and exhausted, but his eyes burn with desire for action. He's determined to go to the bridge and defeat the heretic. My faith will keep me upright with a weapon in my hand. That is all that matters. Pray forgive my insistence. I shall not be the one to doubt the faith of he who is passed a trial by fire. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I see not the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We're still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways? It was at this very elevator, Master Edelhart. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the Arch-Militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts. This is troubling, and the timing inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the bridge. Conrad Voitiger was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once. Well, if Theodora has some sort of magical artifact that needs to be maintained, right? There's obviously some sort of ritual that's going on here. Edelthrad nods. A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you, you may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, Elish, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle. Edelthrad salutes you with his weapon and turns to his retinue. Edelthrad is going along too well. I'm now convinced he is also a traitor. Call it paranoia, but also, I think you were right, Clary. I think he's a rat bastard. Okay. I have a fresh injury. So if I use a med kit on myself... Oh, I don't have any med kits. I can't equip a med kit? Oh, because I don't have the medical skill. I see. Okay. Hold on, wait a sec. Sure. Truly a bizarre world we live in, but you know what? Fair enough.
Let me tend to your wounds.
You have procured food. What kind of food did you get? Oh no, it's an old injury now. God damn it. Oh my god, we can't. Please! Okay, fantastic. It only took all of our med kits. Liver and bacon with mash. Ooh. Generator hums softly. Your skin begins to tingle from static discharge.
Know your duty.
I don't want to go through any closed doors because we know where there's some sweet, sweet loot.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Cool. None of these doors can open, which is fine. I'll admit, I'm not the world's biggest fan of liver, Pixie. You're a better person than me. Saving game is impossible. That's a terrifying thing to say to me.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
+3 logic. Sure. Weirdly enough, my character seems to be the skill monkey somehow. Because we also have logic from the gloves, right? No, we have tech use. So who has logic? I've got 35, 30, 30, 30. It's me again. Abelard's been going into melee combat, sure, fine. Have your fun helmet too as well. Lots of people aren't. You like it. Fair enough?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
It scares me. Clearly does not serve as a stateroom, rather than for receiving guests. Sure, fine. You don't mind some liver.
Let us walk
Yeah.
this path to the end.
Lord Captain's quarters. Holiday gravy made with giblets. I genuinely do not know. I haven't had gravy, like homemade gravy, in such a long time. I think I agree with you, but like I haven't had like a good, God, I'm very hungry now. I'm actually salivating. I haven't had a good mashed potato and gravy in a long time. Items and conviction. Sure. You'll mail me some gravy? Well, that's very sweet. I'll take it. Others are less likely to nick your food. That's very true, Pixie. Tactical food liking.
Watches over us.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is this? A Final Fantasy XIV dungeon intro cutscene? It was actually pretty fun, but, you know. Bizarre fragment hung on the trophy board. Light, smooth surface of the object is darted with dark holes and crumbling holes. Dark spots and crumbling holes. Proper gravy or that white abomination you put on scones. You've heard things about Americans cooking. What's so funny about that to me, Pixie, is I feel like a lot of Americans would say the same thing in the opposite direction. Helmet of the Devoted Protector. Sure. Fuck, okay. We definitely are not dogmatic, right? Yeah, we're only level 3, but Argenta is level 1, but Argenta is level 3 on this one. Wait. Can we put it on MC? Oh, we can. I mean, we're not going to right now until we get a skill monkey to do all of our work for us. But, okay, sure. That's so funny to me, Pixie. But honestly, very valid. Not funny, like, as in untrue, but, like, just the like, contrasting opinions.
By the blood of martyrs.
Parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. We're gonna have to look at them, right? Theodora's rosary. Really just stealing all of her stuff, but you know. That's how it goes sometimes, I guess. Ooh, cloak. Sure. What is this gear that we're getting from Theodora's? Oh my god, I feel like a very bad person, but also, you can't deny it has style. Alright, Theodora. The murder scene looks like something caught the victim by surprise. Theodora von Valencius's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The Archmilitant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Oh, girl.
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I doubt it. Wojtyr wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here.
Oh man, Clary, you called it. The other heir came in and killed her.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-splattered parchment and scrolls must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Adira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Inspect the shards by the desk. It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Adira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Okay.
Tainted witchcraft.
You cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Adira herself. Inspect the papers. Ooh, a handwritten letter with a seal! Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC, and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valencia, signed it with the seal of one of the holy ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Oh, okay. We go examine the Archmilitant's body. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, sprang the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. We had best been
Yes,
on our way.
The crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I wonder if they're gonna keep this as a lingering mystery then.
With each
Oh
step,
wow, we can't. They won't let us
forged
solve
my
it right now.
destiny among the stars.
No one had time to react to what was happening. I'm so sure, Clary, that you were right. I'm so sure that it's Edelthrad. Edelthrad is the one who murdered them now. Because like, who would they not be paranoid of? They know that the Master of Whispers is here to betray them. And like, not only that, they already have like a certain hostility towards him. Who is this? Okay, wacky. Sure. I'm gonna bravely hide over here. Sure. Let's rock and roll. Light and medium armor. Cool. Abelard is going first. Oh man, this sucks. Because I want Idira to blast those suckers. So I guess... we'll have Abelard just... No! Kill this guy over here was what I was going to say, but fair enough. You win this round, bucko. Our active time unit will be
Actions
Argenta.
will speak louder than words.
Sure. We'll take an idle pot shot at literally anyone. Cool. And then give Argenta a turn right now. Oh no, we should have given the turn to Idira! Oh, I'm a fool, actually. Oh well.
Doubt is for the weak.
Enemy status. Oh, sure. Heavily damaged. Fresh injury. Yeah, okay. Like, the chain lightning is just too good to not use. A gust of cold wind ruffles your hair. Uh-oh. What could that mean? I don't know.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Well, that was unfortunate for you, Abelard, but it'll be fine. I believe in us and our ability to get through things. Ooh, actually, no, hold on. If I give it to Abelard again, too far.
Rejoice in service.
Argenta it is. Cool, love those misses. I guess we gotta bring this guy down, right? Like... Or we could just keep missing. I love missing, it's my favorite thing to do.
Anyone see that?
Who's being a bit too uppity for your tastes? Very fair. Ooh. Okay, perfect.
Follow my lead.
Fantastic. I have literally no chance to hit him there? Okay, well, then I'm not going to do that. You know what? Yeah, let's give Abelard... Nope, never mind. Too far away. Argenta, go again. 10% chance to... Okay, well... Yeah, that went about as well as it could have possibly gone. It has to be said. Ah! Good, 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 good. Don't worry about it. Why does Argenta have such a terrible chance to hit?
Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, well, that was also highly dissatisfactory. No, not that one, I don't think. Adira, I love you. I do wish you were less, oh god, prone to, you know, hurting all of us.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Oh, thank God.
It will be done.
Wait. Well, okay. I didn't read the second part of that well, which is, you know, on me, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. Running up to fight this super robot guy with my sword feels bad. Never mind, I'm a genius. I earned that kill all by myself. Totally earned. No one else helped me do it. Okay, well, anyways. Finest hour. Sure. And then also I get an extra talent of my own. That improve passive bonuses and improvement. Range of their abilities is increased. Officer's resolve is increased by 3. What is resolve? How efficiently and how long? Interesting. Blood of Martyrs. Ooh. Focus is nice. Personal oversight. Interesting. Oh, Armor of Contempt. Okay, okay. We don't have anything that procs Armor of Contempt right now. But we also don't have anything that'll proc Blood of Martyrs, and Blood of Martyrs is the other one that I was thinking of. I guess Steel Resolve for right now, right? Like, that just makes me better. And that's okay. Daring Breach. Epicenter of Slaughter. Gains +1 temporary wound for each of these stacks. These temporary wounds cannot exceed the warrior's toughness bonus. Toughness would be, so we could have a max of 5. That seems pretty good. We're going to do Epicenter of Slaughter, because that seems to give, like, a lot more survivability. Tide of Excellence. Weak body, weak soul. Ooh, I do like Fresh Target for like blasting them out of the sky with a spell, hey? Reloading is cheaper. Deals damage to 3 different enemies. Soldier gains more damage for the next attack in the current combat. Okay. For each adjacent ally. We're not doing firing lines that often. Unpredictable. A bonus to crit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. Unpredictable seems really good. Fired Up. Fired Up seems good as well. Oh, Exploit Surroundings is just always going to be good, though, right? Like, as long as I'm in cover, that consistent bonus to cover efficiency seems kind of busted. Okay, sure, fine. Grace of the Oblivious, where it gains +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Oh, we love a stupid king in this household. Don't worry about it. It's normal and good. I don't know that we need that many las pistols. In fact, if anything, we have too many as it is. I just wanted to give Sister Argenta a sword.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
No, your
Okay, Argenta. Whatever you need, bestie. Void Ship Bridge. Bridge officers are losing their mind. Horrific vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge. Sure. Edelthrad appears to be dying.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Maybe Edelthrad was not the traitor? Edelthrad looks somewhat harrowed, but is still in one piece. He glances at you, then over your shoulder, clearly alarmed. Elish, you are here, but where's the Lord Captain? Theodora von Valentius is dead. I found her and the Archmilitant in her study. God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second, the warp ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat. That's nonsense and truly garbage, but it is a very Elish thing to say. Words worthy of a righteous soul. Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge. Edelthrad stares at you, and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. And we have no right to bow our heads. You can see Conrad Voitier clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time! Edelthrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You can see a wave ripple across the whites of Edelthred's eyes, and they turn a sickly yellow. I guess to the party. Ready your weapons. If we're to die this day, let us die with honor. No, Elish. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No, it will not be like this. Not today. Edelthrad lowers his head. Then he sighs and locks eyes with you, his gaze cold, haughty, and fanatical. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell. Alright, Clory, I guess we were wrong. It wasn't Edelthrad. Edelthrad is on the up and up, I guess. Accursed traitor. A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches towards his death. What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
This is truly a nothing sandwich. Okay, sure, fine. To use the unique abilities called Heroic Acts or Desperate Measures, momentum is required. Well, if I knew we were going to get this ability, then I would have gotten Blood of the Martyr. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. High momentum values allow heroes to use a heroic act. Low values grant access to desperate measures. Both abilities can completely change the course of battle, but every party member can either use one or the other and only once in a single combat. Okay. Walking into a demon circle was certainly a choice. Yeah, for real. Oh, it is 10:30. God dang. Y'all gonna beat Thornton's butt? Enjoy. There's a thick-thighed man wearing booty shorts with your name on them. Excuse me? We're gonna try and finish this, and then we'll see where we are after that. Wow. So we have Abelard over here. Elish here. Argenta here. Idira here. Various abilities, features. Sure, fine. Oh. Yikes. Not gonna lie, kinda gross.
The Emperor commands.
Let's just charge Abelard right a chock-a-block full real fast. And, just go ahead and send these dweebs straight to hell. Oh, that shotgun is very good. Cool, thanks for that, bestie. Yeah, didn't think we were gonna get it, but I was allowed to dream, hey? Nice. Lot of Veil shit going on, a lot of warp shit going on right now, huh? Wacky. I didn't realize that I could do these. Gotcha. Okay. It feels like using more warp is a bad idea right now, right? Oh, I see what I should have done differently. Okay.
Just a minor setback.
I believe in you, Abelard. Damn, Chaos looks a lot scarier when you're not a Space Marine, hey? Okay, so if I give Abelard another turn now, that's actually going to get rid of all of his buffs. So I'm going to try and have Elish deal with this heretic over to the side. No, I can't. I don't have line of sight. Is that honestly what you're trying to tell me? You're trying to tell me that I cannot look over this railing and shoot this man down here.
I can't allow myself to do this.
Cool. My favorite, actually. That's so cool and good. Alright. Okay, video game. Ooh.
May my wrath be thy undoing.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Uh-oh.
My prescience has failed me.
Oh my god. Okay, well, that kind of sucked. On a couple of different levels. I thought I was supposed to have no attack limits for the Finest Hour buff, yeah. I did not do that in the right order. It's totally fine, though conceptually we got it.
I will not be deterred.
The Emperor will be undone.
Yeah, I'm a little flabbergasted, if I'm being honest. Flamin' Hot Slim Jim is going insane. You feel the cholesterol running through your veins? I thought you were being metaphorical for a second there, I'm not gonna lie, and I was about to be like, what are you... What is the literal meaning of your words? Hope you survive it, Battle Benoit. Okay. Still kind of want to avoid
Anything is.
going to Super Hell. Oh, Abelard, I believe in you, bestie. Hell yeah. Just sort of stay there and tank literally a demon. What could go wrong? Let me tell you the answer. Nothing. You're invincible.
Rejoice in service.
Okay, if I switch to the bad gun, is the bad gun more accurate? Wildly enough, it is. Sure. Just need to take this guy down, right?
High momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Ooh, whoops. Could have been better. By a lot. Shot. Like, should I be using Adira's psychic energy? Like, that feels bad right now, right? Like, it's pretty fucked.
Victory is imminent.
Okay, rude. No, so this is made by Owlcat Games, who did Pathfinder Kingmaker and a couple of other games. It's a different one. Yeah, hell of a minivan with starship plating for armor. It's terrifying! Oh no! That's not what I meant to do, but also, I mean, technically we got one hit on the enemy, so, you know, technically...
At your beck and call.
Oh, boy!
Stop it!
What? Also, I can't believe we've got another level. Is that real? This feels like a lot of levels, right? Characteristic, and then common trait. Oh, wacky. Oh, wacky. Oh, no, there are a lot of skills here, huh? Oh my god, if I use this... However, Imperial World characters Lore, Xenos, and Lore Warp are always zeros. So if I do this, we gain bonus damage and bonus armor, but we become an idiot when it comes to aliens and warp. I don't know if we can respec Memo. It's been basically non-stop ready to rock and roll this whole time. Definitely not strength enough to use power armor. That's fine. God, No Heresy is so good, but the minus 200 to Lore Warp and Lore Xenos sucks. If a noble servant uses an ability on that turn, the servant gains plus 1 AP next turn. If a noble and the servant are adjacent to each other, they both gain temporary wounds. Oh man, we can't spend this much time looking at these skills. Oh, but like, oh man. Do we have someone else who can do the knowledge Xenos knowledge warp, or is it all down to me? Because if I have to be the one to make the check every time, right? Like, high factotum, generous Danrock on the ship can do it for profit factor. You can't change base character type, but upgrades can be changed. Interesting. Thank you, Memo. Oh, man. Here's the problem. As much as, like, I freaking love No Heresy, but that can't be accurate to the dark... That can't be accurate to the Grey Knight philosophy, right? Can it? Are Grey Knights idiots when it comes to demons? I thought the whole thing with Castellan Crow was that, like, they use the weapons of chaos against them. You are next allows me to get some more mileage out of designating someone as my servant. So we'll probably do that, and we'll probably keep leveling Fellowship, right? Oh man, Abelard, you just killed a Chaos Demon, my dude. Enjoy your contempt. And enjoy your chance to hit, yeah. Thus, it's not the end of the world if you mispick. Those, I don't know, like, it's tough. Like, the primary thing that's bothering me right now is the use of skills, which we'll talk about, obviously, but yeah. Perception helps psychers? Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Edge of Fate. At the beginning of every combat, the Psyker's allies gain plus 15% crit chance. The first critical hit removes this effect. That could, like, allow for, like, a really powerful first turn, right? Oh man, Psychers are so cool! Ah! Man, not very friendly to the eyes reading through them though. Oh, sorry. Is this actually rough on your guys' side? My bad. Just a problem of Owlcat. No, I get you. Okay, let's do the Fate Bringer. I like that a lot. Cuz like we already have an ability that stacks defensively. Do we want agility? I don't think so, right? Oh, I guess better initiative is actually really solid. Pathfinder's too many feats is rearing its head here, in my opinion. I see what you mean, yeah. I loved Pathfinder Kingmaker, but it is definitely... This is definitely something where I sit down with, like, a notebook, right? Oh, I really wanted Unpredictable, and here we go. Perfect. All right. All the lads are ready to rock and roll. Let's gather our sweet, sweet loot and try and find the navigator, huh? Blade shard. Gloves of endurance. Oh. That's gonna be Abelard, I think, right? Abelard is an iconoclast. Sure.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Right, so now we're trying to... Master Helmsman must be found. He's, I presume, somewhere over there, right? Okay, I can't rely on auto-pathing to help me on this one. Oh, there he is.
He's dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Nope.
Oh, nope, sorry. That was fun dialogue that I just interrupted, sorry. Ravo, Master Helmsman, system status report. By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. The white-haired man is with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long. How did you people survive in here? Must have been Providence. Better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators, then I prayed for our rescue. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's sanctum. It's our only chance of escaping from the war. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of these survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Elish, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valencius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward, to the throne that sits in the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations, wait for the officers to report. Bah, blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tict. Just go up to the throne, Master Elish. Though these people are about to do the impossible, the least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. I'm ready. Begin the ritual. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing, while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveals the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the war. Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? The vision lowers its head, its harrowing gaze boring into you. For but a moment, something changes in Theodora's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear. It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery. I've already resisted the temptation of the warp once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with a new illusion. Theodora hisses almost painfully, as if wounded by your words. Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate. Your head begins to spin, and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you're no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Voitivir, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voices seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you, on the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World. I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible, sorcerous winds, and you see Adira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you in the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A haze of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Ravor turns around and looks up to you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of all who died this day. Ravor does not look away. He's giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, who will lead us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
Why would we refuse?
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim... have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Lemmy gives off the strongest sort of oratrice mécanique cardinal vibes.
But victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
Sure. And that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it here, folks. We did unfortunately stream for an extra hour, so again, my apologies. But for those of you who were able to sort of get here and enjoy it, thanks for coming here and hanging out. We've now officially gone past what I would argue sort of the prologue of this game, I guess. I assume the rest of the game pops up after this. But I don't know that we're going to play too much more of Rogue Trader. I'd like to. It's definitely a fun game. But it's one of those situations where it's like, it feels very long form, and if I was going to finish Rogue Trader, I'd probably finish Baldur's Gate 3 first, right? Well, thank you, Clara, yeah. So I enjoyed this. I might dabble with it in my free time, or play it again. It depends. We'll have to see how Baldur's Gate does for the metrics again sometime, hey? But overall, again, just want to say thank you guys all so much for being here, and let's go ahead and find somebody to raid into, hey? Aw, Harley. Thank you for 17 months. 17 wonderful, amazing, beautiful months. Okay. I don't know if you know them, but we love them and we want some more of them. That's right, it's Froge Valfroge. They're doing Dragon Song Reprise, so if you're disappointed by my lack of Unreal Thornton content, because we still haven't gotten the clear, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you guys over there and let them know that you say hi and you love them. So we'll catch you. Yeah. Strangely close to 2 years, hey? I'll catch you dweebs around. See ya!